raise your issues around corruption or the perception of corruption, but you would understand the criminal justice system well, you'd understand criminal intelligence well. Do you not think that, and I think General Muanazu alleged this, that you were putting legitimate police operations into jeopardy by going public around some of these issues?
Absolutely don't. I'm not here to cover up things. I'm not here to certainly cover up anything I believe has smells of corruption. It's not my job. My job is to hold them to account. And every single question that was being asked of me and information that was being told to me was that this was a huge issue, which in fact, and I feel fully vindicated by the report by the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Okay, all right. I don't want to stray into that because I wanted to ask, what was the point of contention? Was it the buying of the houses? Was it the value of the houses? What was the issue?
I can only refer to the two properties that were in the public domain at that time. Obviously, this report is leaked everywhere now, but let me not refer to that. Yes, the issues were the costs, what possible use they would have for a boutique hotel when their officers were literally working on the smell of an oil rag with no resources, and money was taken away in order to buy properties which had never been done before. There was huge consternation about why this had happened and for what reason, because the moment someone realized, as was outed in the newspapers, what its use was supposed to be for, it's useless. What is it now? They have a hotel. What are they going to do with it? Which is what I was asking the minister. It's a very strange aberration and had to be looked into, and I believe should be looked into, not only by the Inspector General, but certainly by Parliament.
Okay, and the report that you've since received from the Inspector General, I'm assuming speaks to those matters. You did say at some point that you feel vindicated. Can we take it that there is action to deal with whatever we know that report would have come out with?
The evidence leader produced, I'm not sure if you were in the room, he produced this, which I hadn't seen, but it details in great detail what seemed to be the report and the action steps that the Inspector General believed should have been taken or should be taken.
Okay, I'm asking this because, you know, the JSC, the standing committee, you know, the standing committee is shrouded in secrecy, and you will obviously have questions that arise on the role of that committee of Parliament in dealing with a lot of the issues that we've had. I mean, we've come under, as Parliament, under extreme criticism, you know, in terms of the extent to which government is held to account. So maybe let me not go into that, but I think you get the point that I'm making, that we are hindered from asking then, you know, what are you doing in the JSCI to deal with those matters? But I'm hoping the report will speak to that. My last two questions, Honorable Kolobana, you said during your testimony that you have a history with General Mkhwanazi. What is that history?
When he was the acting National Police Commissioner, of course, he'd been at 38. He himself said he was shocked, as was everyone else, to have a 38-year-old jumped over the heads of 20 generals was amazing. And he was shocked, we were shocked, everybody was shocked. The generals who'd all been overlooked were shocked. So he then had to be promoted so that they would salute him, and he then took on the job. And while everyone knew his expertise in the field was unparalleled, no one was really sure about his administrative abilities, which of course is a major part of such a role. And of course, as ever, with any new appointment, I gave him absolutely the benefit of the doubt. But I fear issues started arising, and I ended up reporting him to the public protector and suggesting that he be removed from that position. I think that I've done a similar job on many people anytime I thought there was ill doing, but I think he took it very personally. That's the only reason I can think of for his particular attack.
So when the general appeared before us, and I don't want to misquote him, so I won't, I'm paraphrasing. But he made a veiled threat, and I think it was to you in particular. And he said, go on, speak some more, you will see, or something of that nature. I don't remember, you know. What did you make of that? And, you know, yeah, what did you make of it, and what do you think he may have meant?
As I recall, he was making threats of people being sent to Pollsmoor. He was threatening the journalists in the room. He was threatening people who may have commented on things he didn't approve of. Yes, it was a very threatening outburst. And what was very strange was that comment I referred to earlier, that every one of you were having your devices, our devices, everyone in the room, monitored by crime intelligence, which of course Lieutenant General Khumalo later said, no, I'm not. So I don't know. I think he was speaking in anger, speaking out in anger, but it was very threatening at the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kolobonat. Maybe just to ask, with everything that has happened in relation to this matter, I mean, the 17th September story, I didn't quite, you know, understand how that information would have landed in your hands. I don't think I saw the story, but I don't want to get into that. I just want to say, with everything that has happened, do you think that there's something that you could have done better, handled the situation better?
Absolutely not. It's the job that I do and that I've been doing for over 20 years now. If I think there is wrongdoing, I raise it. I'm not paid to keep quiet, put things under the carpet, hide it away. That's not the job of any MP. And I believe truly that I did the right thing. And the fact that there's been a full investigation, I think shows that it was the right thing to do. And as I say, I was not the only one who asked for the investigation, but I'm very pleased it was done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Barnett, are you aware of the South African reports, Volume 5, case of independent media versus the Minister of Intelligence, which actually dealt with the classification nature of an information that has been publicized?
I'm not aware of it.
For the benefit of your legal team, it's independent media versus the Minister of Intelligence. It's in the South African law reports. It's a 2008 case, page 31. That decision says a classified information that is in the public domain does not lose its classification. Do you perhaps now see that the fact that you say this information was in the public domain does not really make any solid document?
My response would be classified when, by whom, under what level? As a member of the Police Portfolio Committee, there was no reference to any classification of anything. So I don't think this is the same matter.
But is there evidence that
It's not as though
was not classified?
there was no classified documentation at all available at any stage
Why
that I
then
know
you
of.
refer it to the IGI?
I did.
Why?
because I thought that he would be best placed, he is best placed, not thought, he is best placed to investigate.
It is because you knew that the information in its nature deserves an intention, an intervention from the Inspector General of Intelligence.
To my eye, it looked exactly like a carbon copy of the looting that was undertaken under Richard and Bluely.
And it deserved an attention from the IGI.
Indeed.
Do you agree that all the reports by the IGI are classified?
They are.
Okay. Do you see where I'm going? That you have no knowledge of any classification of the information, but on the same day when you went to the public, you wrote to the IGI, but without waiting for the report from the IGI, you went to the public. Do you get where I'm trying to go to? Because it is my view that the fact that you had to write to the IGI is because you knew the nature of the information might need a classification, because you know that the IGI reports are actually classified. So I'm not quite convinced that you had no knowledge of any classification of the information.
I had, absolutely, the properties were out there in the public domain. I had no idea this story about the hotel was ever going to come out anywhere. I don't know where the information came from, but in my experience, when an entity is starting to show signs of corruption, people inside, as we heard, they go through the steps, they go and report it, they report it, they report it. And eventually what happens is the place starts leaking. It happened with the State Security Agency 5, 6 years ago. It was leaking like a sieve because people were unhappy with what was going on. I believe this is what's been happening with crime intelligence.
Applying the reasonable man's test, would it not have been reasonable for a member of the National Assembly to write, as you did, to the IGI, await a report on the factuality of what you saw on the media, then you go to the public?
I wrote to him and I told the public I wrote to him about what was in the public domain.
Would it not have been a reasonable indiction or a reasonable reaction for a member of parliament to, as you did, agreed, write to the IGI, await the IGI to give you a factual report on what has been reported in News 24, then you go to the public with factual information?
How would I go to the public on a report that is kept within the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence?
Okay, let's pass that matter. Tell me, as you have served, I'm just following where Honorable Mkhwanazi left, as you have served in the JSCI for a number of years, you take a secrecy oath, ne? Does it expire after the 5 years?
As far as I'm concerned, yes. That
So you
pertains to that
you-
specific committee, and one may not leak any information out of that specific committee.
So, so the
Shut down
secrecy
the
oath
day
does
of the
not-
election, yes.
So the secrecy oath does not expire after the expire of the term at JSCI.
I have never leaked anything out of the committee.
No.
That's what I swore not to do.
Okay. Do you believe everything that you see on the media?
Don't be silly. No,
Beg your pardon?
no, that would be silly.
That would be silly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I question everything.
Do you not, as you make an assertion in your statement that part of what you have that has driven you to go to the public is the fact that you're a member of parliament, and therefore if you see something, you need to act in the interest of the public?
It's my job.
Do you not think that it would have been reasonable, explainable, had you follow the matter in due course, instead of starting by the public and the writing on the same day?
The information was written in great detail, and I followed up on that.
So you believed it as it was written?
Yes, I did.
So you believe everything that is?
I do not believe everything that I read. I
Do you have an
believe what
obsession with the media?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have an obsession with the information in the media?
Obsession?
Mm.
Certainly not.
I do not. Why were you demoted in 2015 as the Shadow Minister of Police?
Because I shared a Facebook post that was inappropriate.
And you don't have an obsession?
Obsession with what? That's not something
sharing.
that was in the media.
Sharing information you're not supposed to share.
I made a mistake. I admitted it. I took the punishment. I moved on.
Let's hope that this is not a second mistake. We're going to take your word for it. Did you not consider that sharing the description of the properties in the public as a responsible leader of the public and its locations is a irresponsible action that may endanger national security?
I believed I did the right thing, asking for an investigation which seemed to be corruption. I swore to myself when I read the high-level review panel report that this committee should never hide away such corruption again. And certainly nothing came to my attention in the previous 5-year term. This came out in the public domain, and I immediately felt this was absolutely something that had to be raised. And I only raised the properties that were in the public domain. I had no idea it was such a much larger issue.
The point is, did you not consider it as endangering the national security?
I don't consider corruption to be something one can lightly brush aside. And I don't believe that massive buildings have anything to do with being front companies, as was explained in detail by Mr. McBride.
You correctly wrote to the IGI and took for the IGI to actually make an investigation on the matter and report to the JSI, correctly so. So in this instance, you have got an objective cause that there must be an investigation, then a report to Parliament, as Section 198 says, that the authority of the intelligence is in Parliament. Now, that's the first action you took, which I commend you on it. The second action you took was to make a statement in the public. What objective did you want to?
I wanted to show that I was doing my job as a member of Parliament.
But it was already something in the public, so there was nothing
Yes.
you were bringing.
I don't talk about things that are in the committee. This was in the public domain.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is you were doing that as a member of the public.
Yes.
So I'm saying you are not bringing something new. It's something you also, with the public you're communicating to, you saw in the media.
Yes.
So there's nothing new we are bringing.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to get the objective of you going out there when you have already followed a due course.
Why shouldn't I? It's my job.
Okay. Do you think the nature it was shared? No, I'm trying to establish a difference of complaining about what we've seen in the public, which you think may be something that endangers the national fiscus. But do you consider it not negligent to share the location, the pictures, and all that?
As far as I know, nothing was classified.
Thing was classified. Have you received the report from the IGI?
I have seen the report within the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and I'm not going to refer to it because, of course, it was seen within the Joint Standing Committee.
Can you repeat that?
I have seen the report or had the presentation made by the IGI within the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. Therefore, I will not talk about it.
Okay, now it is classified.
Yes, now it's within the Joint Standing Committee.
Before you were not aware of the classification, whether it was classified or not.
Anything that is presented within the Joint Standing Committee is classified.
No, you did not get this information from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. You got it from News 24.
Yes.
So did it not trigger you that this may be because you have served in the JSCI for a number of years? So you have got an institutional memory than I do as a member of Parliament as well. So did it not trigger your conscience that this may be an improper sharing of information by a media house did not trigger you that before making any action on it, I should exercise caution in further sharing it and further make a clarity within the system so that we're able to best know that this is how such kind of information I should deal with going forward.
I cannot be part of a cover-up. I will not be part of a cover-up. And simply ignoring what was in the public domain would have been exactly that.
So when you say you cannot be part of the cover-up, it means that you have got a strong belief on things that are said in the media without verifying them.
Do you imagine I didn't check what was going on?
No, because you wrote on the same day and you went to the public on the same day.
So,
And you are not giving us any
excuse
confidence.
me,
if
you're
you did check.
mistaken. You're mistaken.
Okay.
It was our other honorable colleague, James, who put out a statement on the same day.
Did you not put a statement on the 14th of
I
January,
put out the statement the day after this information was in the newspaper.
which is which date?
The
Is it not the
article-
14th of
the
January?
article was the 13th of January, and that's the statement that Action SA then commented on that. Mine was the next day after I'd spoken with various
So it
people
was
about
today
information.
you made a public statement a day after,
Day after
having
this
followed
came in
which,
the newspaper.
having followed which process in verifying the veracity of what is
Yes,
in the media.
I did exactly that.
No, I'm asking.
I checked
The,
with,
the article is on the 13th.
yes,
You make your own statement on the 14th.
yes.
Having undergone which verification process on the factuality of what is said in there.
I speak to various people who are my sources. I spoke to the minister. I spoke to a number of people saying, can this possibly be true? And I was satisfied in my own mind that it was.
Spoke to the minister.
Yes, Public Works. It's in my letter saying that I had spoken and that as the custodian of immovable property, he had not been approached to purchase this property.
So the minister was not aware.
No,
When did the property, when was it bought?
I think the previous year, after the election sometime, the date is in the article somewhere. But certainly while the Joint Standing Committee was not sitting.
So you're not aware if it was bought before or after the elections of 2024?
I had in my head that it could be after, but I can't recall the date. October 2024 is where it is.
When
Apologies,
it
I
was
didn't have
bought.
it when it was purchased.
When it was actually awarded?
I
So
think
we're not
I'm-
aware if the process would have started before June 2024, and then the
I don't
final was in 25.
I can't help you with that. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because you understand that purchasing a property may not mean that you go and swipe today, then it has been
Certainly.
purchased. Yeah, so there's serious process that is undergone, which may actually mean that the process had been started before June 2024. But it's fine, it's something we're going to verify,
First I heard of it.
something we're going to attend to. There is an issue about the letter that is written a wrong date in October, which was supposed to be dated 14 January.
Yes, it was a clerical error.
Did you send that letter to the minister, to the IGI
To the
through your
IGI.
email?
Pardon?
Was it through your email address?
No, it was through the staff email,
Staff
my staff that I work with.
in the parliamentary office.
No, in the Democratic Alliance office.
As past that, there is an issue that keeps on coming in the article or in the articles that the property was bought at just over 22 million, right? 22 or 24, around that. But when you check on the listings, property listings, it actually costs 9.4, 9.2 around that, 9.5, I think that's what it's said in your article. Your article is at DKB3. Now, should we take it that the actual grievance that you hold is the actual value of how the property was taken, judging from the language that is used in your public statement?
It raised serious questions about the amount, in the same way as I described earlier, when a bottle of water is purchased for 200 Rand, when in reality, through the budget, when in reality it costs 5 Rand. This is a prime example of what Richard Mkhwanazi was doing, is spending enormous amounts on things that actually weren't worth that amount. So that was one of the issues that was ringing bells in my head.
So should we take it that the central argument you are bringing in your grievance is that there may have been an escalation of the budget of or the value of that particular property without due process or whatever?
I think it speaks exactly to what the evidence leader was speaking and what this committee has looked at a great deal, which is the supply chain abuse.
So the value it was bought versus the listing property value, is that your main argument, or there are other issues that you are raising in there?
There are certainly other
IGI.
issues, but that's one of the issues I asked the Inspector General to look into because it was raising warning letters for me.
The KB7 is your question to the Minister of Police, which kept on referring you to the JSCI.
This is right, yes.
Do you agree with that? The matter, it does not belong to his office, but the JSCI.
No, there was no JSCI initially.
Yeah, but there was going to be a JSCI. There's no term of parliament where JSCI is not established. You know, there's been a delay on establishing committees and a number of things.
I know full well.
But the point is, there was certainty that JSCI is going to be established by Parliament.
Yes,
Was this required?
I had
by
at
law?
that stage no idea when it would ever be established, but either way, this was in the public domain and crime intelligence falls under the Minister of Police. That's the correct person to speak to.
Did you agree that the Minister of Police is correct when they say the matter you keep on raising with them, both for the Pretoria North and the Durban property, does not belong with the Minister's office, but the JSCI?
That's not what he said.
What did he say?
He said he in fact agreed that the prices seemed to be exorbitant in relation to the value of the properties, and that he said that he had asked for an investigation by the Inspector General, but that further answers will be delivered to the JSCI. Every question I've ever asked of a Minister of Intelligence, I have the option, they either answer it outright, which in many instances they have, or they have the option of sending information to the Joint Standing Committee.
Okay, lastly, DKB9, there's an article of you demanding an apology from General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi.
Yes,
Why was the apology demanded?
because I believe he thought I had leaked out of the Joint Standing Committee. I think he thought I leaked this thing on this 5-star hotel when I knew nothing about it and the committee wasn't sitting. He made a mistake. I thought he might apologize, but of course he didn't. He doubled
Made a
down.
mistake when he was testifying in the commission.
Yes, saying that I was part of a criminal syndicate and had committed criminal actions.
But
That
do you
would
not
have
think
referred
that it would have been seen that you are intimidating witnesses in the commission? Would not have awaited the commission to make its own finding on the allegation? Remember, both the commission and the ad hoc are dealing with allegations. So would it not be proper for you to await the commission to announce itself on that particular allegation? Because it may be seen from a different angle that you are intimidating witnesses appearing before the Nhlanhla Commission.
You're suggesting that what I say would intimidate Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I'm sorry, that is That cannot,
No, but the point
that
is-
cannot possibly be
Thank you so
true.
much. Honorable Nongalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Bernard. Good afternoon. Yeah. So I'm trying to follow you here on your statement. You are saying your reaction on the 14th of January 2025 was triggered by press a statement on News 24, correct? So had that press statement not been issued, you were not going to react on the 14th of January.
I was totally unaware of the property being purchased.
Okay. In your letter, I think it's your letter is annexure B3. You are saying that the purchase of this property in Pretoria North was signed off by General Khumalo. So where did you get that information?
Because he's the head of crime intelligence.
No.
Yes, yes, yes.
No,
He
but-
is the head, and a property of this value would have to be signed
No,
off
but what I'm
by
saying
him.
here, Honorable Bernard, is that you are saying to us, the only reason why you wrote a press statement on the 14th is because there was a News 24 report issued on the 23rd of January. The News 24 report on the 23rd of January doesn't say who signed off the purchase of the property. And in your reaction, you are saying a person who signed off the purchase is General Khumalo. So where did you get that information?
Number one, any purchase of this value, certainly not smaller amounts, any purchase would have to be signed off by the head of the division.
So you just said that without any verification.
I have many people that I confirm items with, but I was satisfied that this was the truth.
Many people from?
All over, within the SAPS and elsewhere.
So there are people who gave you that information, that classified information.
It's not classified that someone should sign off a purchase.
No, but I'm saying we didn't know who signed because no one exposed that before you took it to the media. Even News 24 did not say who signed off the purchase. It only appears on your statement.
Okay,
Now the question is, how do you get that information? Because the inference here I'm drawing is that you had this information before it was even released by News 24.
that's not
Because-
true.
Because
Not
News 24 does not divulge who signed off the purchase. We only see that in your statement, in your
Yes.
press statement.
I did not know of this property before the News 24 article at all, ever.
Yeah, but I'm saying News 24 doesn't say who signed off the purchase. It's only you who is telling us who signed off the purchase. And the question is, how did you know? Because News 24 never divulged that. And you said you reacted to News 24 reports.
Yes,
So your reaction goes beyond to what News 24 told us, because News 24 never told us about General Khumalo. So
And-
it means you're in possession of a certain information. And if you're in possession of that information, then how did you get it? Because surely you did not draw that information from the report of News 24.
certainly, as you have, as every MP in Parliament has, I have sources. And I confirmed that this person, as the head of the division, had signed off on the purchase.
So is it your evidence that upon reading the News 24 report, you consulted your sources and your sources told you that it's General Khumalo who signed off the purchase?
Yes,
Is that your evidence?
yes.
So those sources are within crime intelligence?
No,
They are?
elsewhere.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I've heard of him. I've never met him.
Do you
Certainly
have
one reads about him a great deal.
Do you have a relationship with him?
No,
You don't have.
no,
Do you have his contacts?
yes.
How did you get his contacts?
I think he emailed me about 7 years ago once.
When I say his contacts, I mean his cell phone number,
Yes,
email address,
I took that down from the email that he sent back then.
and you never called him.
No, I haven't spoken to him in many, many years. I might have called him 7 years ago, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
No, the question is, have you ever spoken to him telephonically?
Yes,
What was the subject about?
I can't remember what I was talking about 7 years ago, but it was very long ago. It might have been about the Paklane issue, or even further back for the Jackie Celebi issue. He's always been raising issues like that.
And then McBride, do you have a relationship with him?
He was the head of the IPID when I was serving full-time on police. So I met him there regularly in the committee.
When you do oversight?
I beg your pardon?
You met him when you were doing oversight
In the committees,
or in the committees?
always, yes.
No, I'm saying outside the parliamentary responsibilities. Have you ever had a meeting with him
Only would be at the IPID offices, otherwise not.
at the IPID offices?
Yes,
Do
when
what?
when the committee would go,
When the committee is there?
yes.
No, I'm saying a meeting between the two of you.
No,
You've never had a meeting with him.
no.
Do you have,
Apart from the official ones, no.
do you have his cell phone number?
Yes, I do.
Do you call each other?
Not for a very long time, no.
But you used to call each other?
I would occasionally, I think, as I recall, check with him about cases that had been reported to the IPID or asking if it was appropriate to send a certain matter to the IPID, but it was very rare.
Do you have a relationship with General Sibia?
Well, he would, no, not really. I don't have relationships with any of the people
Do you speak
at the
with him?
top structure, no.
Do you have his number?
I don't. I might have. I have thousands of numbers, so I could well have it.
So you are not sure if you have his number?
I can check. I mean, I can check, but I do have many, many police numbers.
Okay. Now we are saying here on your statement, the DPWI minister told the DA that he was not informed of the purchase. At what stage did the minister tell you that? Because a report by News 24 came out on the 13th of January. And then you issued a statement on the 14th. So
Yes.
at what stage did the minister tell you?
On the 14th, the morning of the 14th, I made a phone call to the
Before
minister.
you issued a statement?
Yes,
So the minister is part of your sources?
the minister confirmed to me that he had no knowledge of any purchase.
No, I'm saying, does that mean the minister was part of your sources?
That
Because,
means I phoned the minister and asked him.
because you said, remember, that your sources told you that it's General Dumsani who signed off the purchase.
Okay.
So I'm asking, is the minister or was the minister part of your sources?
No, I phoned the minister to ask if Public Works had purchased such a property.
So-
Because they are the
So-
people who buy immovable property for government.
So what else were you told by your sources, except the information that we have?
Only what you see in front of you, what I wrote and asked the Inspector General to investigate.
So that's the only information they told you.
Yes,
Did you ever do a research on the value of the properties, if there are any, that were purchased by the crime intelligence before this one?
no,
You've never done. Are there any properties which are owned, not listed, but owned by crime intelligence?
I don't know.
except these two properties?
I've never heard of such a property. I stand to be corrected. But as Mr. McBride detailed in this committee, purchases of properties are just not done for obvious reasons, that if a cover is blown, they can just walk away from a rented property. They can't walk away from a property owned by the state.
Is that an established principle?
Yes.
Is it written down or is it a precedent?
I don't know if things like this are written, but Mr. McBride was speaking from experience.
Do you have any relationship with owners of these covered properties?
No,
No,
don't know who they are.
you don't know any owner of any covered property?
No, why would I know that?
No, there's nothing wrong with knowing owners.
I
There's
know,
nothing peculiar.
no, no,
You
no.
would
It
know
would be
because-
very peculiar.
No, it wouldn't. You are a human
would.
being, you stay with people, you don't stay in an island.
I'm
You are-
sorry.
you are
I
not
do not,
saying-
kn- let me
I'm saying
repeat.
you are not staying in your own planet. You stay with people, you interact with people, you meet people every day, they introduce themselves to you. So there's absolutely nothing wrong when you know a person, because knowing doesn't mean you have any contractual relationship.
I have no knowledge of any owner of any government property whatsoever. I have heard under the Richard Mkhwanazi years that police officers were renting out their own properties as safe houses and earning enormous amounts from government. That was happening in the Mkhwanazi years. I have no evidence that that practice has ever been stopped, but I certainly don't know the owners of any of said buildings.
So at the time when these properties or this property of Pretoria North rather was purchased, who was sitting
It just, there was nothing for a year after that.
before that? You were sitting in the committee.
Yes.
Now you are saying the security oath expires in terms of
As
your-
far as I'm concerned, it expires because it covers exactly what is told to you in that 5-year term, well, 4-year term.
So you mean it is valid so long as you are a member of the JSCI?
That's what you swear, yes.
So practically you mean when your term of membership has expired, you can dispatch any information, any classified information?
Absolutely
because-
not. Absolutely not. As I said earlier to one of our colleagues, what you hear in that committee stays in that committee.
Then it means it doesn't expire.
No.
Because
Yeah, all right,
remember-
it doesn't expire in terms of leaking out of a
Exactly my
committee.
point. Exactly my point, because when you expire, what does that practically mean when you say it expires?
It means anything subsequently that you hear of is not covered by your oath within the Joint Standing Committee.
No, but how can you hear something which is classified while you are not a member of the JSCI? Because
What do you mean, how
that-
can I hear it?
how can you hear it? Because that information is classified, and members who sit in that committee have taken secrecy oaths, so they can't share that information with you. There is no way that you can hear that information. You hear that information by virtue of being a member of the committee. And when you are a member of the committee, you have taken the secrecy oath, and that means you are going to, that secrecy oath is going to be binding upon you until death.
That committee, that oath covers the 5-year term that you sit on the committee, which is why anyone who sits on the committee, the next Parliament, have to be sworn in again, as was I. So I am sworn in to the committee for the term that I sit on that committee.
No, but you are not giving practical meaning of what you are saying, because I'm saying to you, if you say it covers your term,
Yes.
what does that mean? Does that mean when you are not a member, you can you can recklessly dispatch any information that you obtained while you were still a member?
As could you, as could Honorable James, anyone could have commented on what was in the media.
No, but
I was not a member of the committee. I was not sworn to keep quiet. I was a member of the police portfolio
Yeah,
committee.
but I'm saying to you, Honorable Bernard, by virtue of not being, a committee member, doesn't mean you can divulge information that is classified.
It means I can comment on anything that's in the public domain, which I do.
No, but
I'm not going to be part of a cover-up. I will not be.
so classifying information is tantamount to covering up.
I
Is
don't
that
know
what
that
you're
any of the information I was given was ever classified.
No,
How
but
would
I'm
I know
saying-
that?
No, but I'm saying, no, you should know because you are a member. You have been a member of that committee, even though you were not a member at that time. So you are better placed. You are more privileged than I in terms of information, in terms of knowing that this information is classified, this one is not classified.
It's not for me to determine what is classified and what isn't.
No, you don't determine. Knowing and determining are two different things. I'm saying you should have known better because you have been part of that committee for quite long. So you know that this information is classified and this one is not classified.
You're suggesting that I should not have written to the Inspector General, that I should not have commented on something that I believed was criminal. Because that's not in my nature. I can't behave like that.
Because you took secrecy oath.
I took it for the last, I did not leak anything out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This is the first time in the public domain we have seen something that looks like it's going to reveal a very similar situation that happened under Richard and Mbluli under the secrecy of the slush fund.
Okay. Do you have any relationship with any journalist?
Journalists?
Yes.
I don't know this person or
No,
I never go out with a journalist. I don't know a journalist personally. I certainly get phone calls saying, will you do an interview, etc. That's as much as it is, as much as you would get.
So you don't have any relationship with any journalist?
No.
The journalist who reported about this, the journalist who works for News 24.
This person, yes.
Do you know that person?
No.
Have you ever met that person?
No. I don't have the contact details. I don't know this person.
So this information, now let's leave you out, but this information is classified. No? Let's not talk about you. Let's talk about the nature now of this information, especially the information that relates to the purchase of a Pretoria North building. Leave the Priya building in Durban. Is it classified?
I don't know. I don't know what the status is of it.
Or let me ask you like this. Is a purchase of buildings by crime intelligence fall under an information that is classified?
The purchase of buildings by crime intelligence, to my knowledge, is unheard of.
No, purchase or leasing?
Leasing is not unheard of. That is the norm.
Yeah, no, even if it's not unheard of, but does it fall under classified information, the leasing of buildings?
I don't know what the status is of this building.
No,
Nor do I know what it was going to be used for. I don't know.
no, generally. No, but you wrote about this thing. What do you mean you don't know? Because you even criticized and say some offices have poor conditions and so on. So it means you have knowledge of buildings of crime intelligence.
Thank you so much. It's now 25 minutes past 1. Honorable Mathe says an emergency. She requested that we take her now. It's a commitment of a committee of parliament which will happen in the next 1 hour, and at the time she comes back, this meeting will be done. So it is only fair that we allow her to question and go to that commitment. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do a lie detector test if everyone must know. Just
Apologies. May
It's my
I
first
just
time.
correct something? It's
Sure.
just, if I may speak to, I think you raised it, about the Kumalo issues, apparently in the News 24
That time
article.
has expired.
Okay,
Look
I was,
at Honorable Mathe.
I will do that. I wanted to just point out.
Honorable
there's
Colored
actually-
Bonnet wants to use up my time, I can see. I'm
I
watching.
assure you, your
Good
time only
morning,
starts
Honorable
now.
Colored Bonnet. Let's go quickly. I don't have that many questions, actually. Your first meeting with the evidence leaders was when?
Yesterday,
You only had one meeting with them?
another one this morning.
Okay, and how long did it last for?
3/4 of an hour yesterday, about half an hour this morning.
So about 45 minutes or 3/4 of an hour?
That's just over an hour, ma'am, hour and a quarter.
Yeah, maths was not my best thing. Okay, got it. Thank you. At the beginning, our committee was very hot regarding you recusing yourself. At any point, did you consider voluntarily stepping aside?
No,
And did you think that the mandate was of national importance of this committee?
I think the mandate of this committee is,
Was of national importance. So do you think that a procedural dispute should have led us to a point where we discussed this to an extent where we had to get legal advice and the DA had to get
The
legal
members
advice?
are complaining that your microphone is low.
Imagine mine of all things. It never happens. Must be witchcraft happening here. I'm joking. So the backstory of what I'm saying is that committee is of national importance. Your presence on the committee caused a lot of debate, like 3-4 hours. We were back and forth, legal advice. So my question is that given the national importance and the importance of this committee, was it not in the interest of the public that you actually just recuse yourself and, just put aside, because it was just a procedural disputes that we were discussing?
absolutely not.
Why?
I think I have been loyal to this committee. I have been here virtually every meeting. I have put questions when I've been
That's not
given
my
the
question,
opportunity.
Honorable. I'm asking when we were having that discussion for the interest of progress and because it was just a procedural matter, why it was that important that you had to be on this committee.
You may have considered it to be a procedural matter. I saw it as an attack on my integrity. Either way, I thought I could contribute within this committee.
Okay, so Parliament is represented by political parties. The Democratic Alliance, you're representing your constituency here. Is there no other member, or was there no other member in the Democratic Alliance that has the capacity to be able to represent the DA's constituency here in the committee? So we were able just to move on in the interest of progress.
Well, we did move on, but the members represented here are from the security cluster. And they were available.
So the question was, I was just asking, the question was, is that was not taken into consideration. The question more was that your integrity was more important than us moving on as a committee in this regard, because we did spend a large number of hours discussing that and expenses.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Let's talk about your affidavit. You make mention, obviously, of the 6th of July press conference. And then there's the evidence that was given during the commission where Lieutenant General Muanazu said that you were part of a criminal syndicate, right? You don't seek to respond to that in your affidavit. Is there any reason?
No. I believe it was all based on his belief, erroneous belief, that I was leaking out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. That indeed would be a criminal act.
Yeah.
But of course it didn't exist.
Okay. He went a bit further when he was pressed, and I think during not cross-examination, but when he was engaged by one of the MPs. And there was also some expectation that he was going to give an apology. I think it was in the morning, and then he didn't. And then he specifically said, and unfortunately, Chair, I don't know, Parliament does not have the recordings of the late night testimonies that we had. So it cuts off, but he was very clear where he said, do not force us to release footage, recordings, and pictures. And that would put you in a compromising engagements as a member of Parliament. He said that in this committee. Do you remember that?
Yes, he made many threats.
I don't
to
know if
them,
that
the
was
power.
necessarily a threat. He just said, don't force us to. I don't think that's a threat if he's saying he's releasing information. A threat is more on someone's life. But let's park that. We take it that you see that as, why would you say that he would respond like that under oath, given his vast experience in SAPS, just be angry and say something like that if he does not have some sort of information that could be released?
In that vein, we could also ask why he would choose to hold his press
But
conference.
we asking the.
No,
I
I'm
think we
saying
ask
it's a very similar situation. You can ask that and one can surmise, but it has to come out of his own mouth. I
So
can't.
you
put
don't have any
motives.
assessment on that? You didn't like diagnose the situation on why is this Lieutenant General saying this about me? And why he was extremely adamant about it.
He was adamant because I think he believed I belonged to the Joint Standing Committee and was leaking information. Perhaps he thought I leaked this thing to this journalist person, which of course I did not do, as I knew nothing about it.
You said you lodged a complaint against him when he was the acting National Police Commissioner to the Public Protector. Did I miss
Yes.
that? What was that regarding and what was the outcome?
There were 4 issues and she sat on that for many months, and I would write and say, could you give me feedback? What is happening? And eventually she decided and wrote to me saying she's decided to send the matter to the Inspector General of Intelligence, another lady who was the first one in our democracy. So it went there. I never heard another word because things go there and they disappear. So I don't know what the outcome was, but they were very concerning. I know I sent 4 affidavits from various police, or 6 affidavits from various police to the Public Protector with a lot of other information. And she decided it was best dealt with by the Inspector General of Intelligence of that period.
Do you want to tell us what the matters were regarding? Can you tell us?
I thought there was a copy of the article somewhere. There were 4 issues that I raised. I can find it. Just give me a moment, please. I'm happy to dig it up for you.
And perhaps as you dig it out, if
Yeah.
you are able to multitask, tell us why you didn't lodge it with iPad and you went to the Public Protector.
I felt it was so egregious that it actually included items that were out of the purview of the iPad. At the time when he was removed, he wrote or was quoted as saying he believed he was thrown out because he was fighting corruption. Certainly he fought Richard Mdluli unsuccessfully, as did many of us. And that may well be the case. We have seen people who fight against corruption in the SAPS, targeted over and over and over and gotten rid of, fired, removed, set up, fake stories told about them. We've seen that. So I don't doubt what he said at all in that regard.
So maybe our evidence leaders can look for that in the meantime. So in the interest of time, you spoke when you started quite extensively, I think about a good 10 minutes, senior counsel led evidence about you speaking on corruption, specifically around procurement. This is just sort of just a general question. Is there any government department, entity, whether it's national, provincial, local, that is immune to the issue of corruption, particularly around procurement?
No.
My colleague touched on the issue of Paul O'Sullivan. Obviously, we can never let that name out of our mouths. When was your last communication with him?
Gosh. Some years ago, I can't recall.
Have you ever shared information with him about parliamentary processes and oversight, or collaborated with him on any matters?
No.
Did you rely on his information or analysis
No.
over the years, when you were communicating with him during those 7 years?
No, but I can't remember as far back as the Pakhlane issue. I read that he felt he was instrumental in jailing Jackie Salebi. That was when I first came onto the portfolio. So he's been the person who he claims is fighting corruption within the SAPS from as long as I've heard of his name.
Then do you think he is, or he's trying to capture SAPS?
No, I think that's what he does.
You think he is doing that? Do you think he's doing it at the expense of actually people who are elected in our criminal justice system?
I've never quite worked out what his motivation is for doing what he does, but he's a forensic investigator. He
How do
investigates.
you know that he's actually a forensic investigator?
I read what he says his business is on the internet. I've never checked that that's what he does, so I can't help you there.
Oh, okay. And then any of his associates, Sarah Jane Trent, there's also a Candace woman. Have you had any engagements with them?
No, I don't know them.
Okay, then Robert McBride, that's also been touched on as well. Have you ever engaged with him prior to committee meetings, et cetera, on, you know, how matters should be positioned or how you should respond?
No, I've never met him outside of a committee or outside of his offices when the committee would go to his offices.
Okay.
I don't know
guess
him
the question
personally.
I'm asking specifically is that, have you ever been lobbied by anybody in the criminal justice system, officials, before they appear before Parliament on a particular position? Don't allow this, or let's push this agenda.
No, it's a good question, but nobody has ever come to me. I don't know that they know. If they did, it would be on the front page.
Uh, the other famous name on the committee, Sibia. You've been supportive, or were you supportive of his appointment as the Deputy National Commissioner?
I have to tell you, I was shocked at the revelations that came out. I had no idea what was really going on. I've been shocked by a number of police, one of whom I thought she may be the next National Police Commissioner. And was I ever wrong? She was arrested, as was every family member, for intense corruption. So I am very skeptical of every single person these days, because I realize that it's very difficult these days to believe that someone is actually honest and honorable.
So when you were at that point before these shocking revelations, when you were supportive of his appointment, what informed that? What was it about him that you thought he would be the Deputy National Commissioner that South Africans deserve?
I never welcomed his promotion to that position. I didn't really have much information about him. I was told he was a good cop. Well,
By who?
general people speaking. And I never had an intimation that there was anything underhanded about what he did. I believed he was a good cop. There are many, 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 many good cops. And I was quite shaken to hear what has come out of the various proceedings.
So what hope, Honorable Khaled, do you think we have? Because you have been serving on these committees for such a long time, and you are shocked that someone like Sibia, so you've been serving on these committees, you've been getting reports for these years over and over again, and we can make wrong calls about somebody or about officials just in general.
It's a situation today that's affecting the entire country, where people will sit in front of us and say things you patently know are incorrect. So, I mean, we have no forensic investigators. We have no investigators on this committee. We have no detectives who can investigate. So we are
I
having
hope
to,
you're listening, Chair.
yes.
And our speaker, yes, sorry. Continue.
And so we have got to come up with decisions on whether or not something we are simply told with no proof is true or not. It's a very difficult position that we find ourselves in. So yeah, I am skeptical, and I'm saddened that basically I can only really talk about the police. I'm not an expert on defense or on justice, or even correctional services. I don't deal with those matters, but what I read is horrendous. And I really think that this country's got to shake things up and get things straight and start appointing only on merit, because we've got too many buddy-buddy situations going on throughout all of those entities.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathaisa. Honorable Breitenbach, when you went out, Honorable Sauls shared with us the WhatsApp messages that you exchanged with him. And he complains that you sent him a message that demeans his African attire. And he said, with due respect, Chairperson, can you respectfully address Honorable Breitenbach and request her to retract that message and apologize?
So in the interest of moving on, I apologize.
Thank you so much.
At 11:26 already, before he raised the issue, I apologized. So what does he want me to do? I apologize.
Thank you so much. Is it adequate, Honorable Sauls?
It is adequate, Honorable Chair. Thank you
so
very much.
Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Vessels have requested 5 minutes each. Can I allocate you 5 minutes now?
Thank you, Chair. As it happens, I have no questions.
You don't have any questions from the DA? The DA speaks in one voice. It's not together, it is united. Can we take Honorable Vessels?
Likewise, Chair.
Is it still 5 minutes?
I'm covered, Chair.
You are
No
covered,
questions,
okay.
Thank you.
We are going to break, honorable members, and we will come back at 20 minutes after 14 hours. Yeah. Well, Honorable members, we may have to resume our proceedings. It's now 20 minutes past 2, like we have agreed. You are seated, Honorable Shongwe, and you are starting to ask your questions because your time is starting now.
Good day, Honorable Bernard. Caller Bernard, how are you? It's not a ghost, it's me. I know, I know. No, it's fine. How are you? I'm fine, I'm fine. We won't take long, it's just few questions because most of the questions you were asked. Let's roll back. You said you don't know physically who Paul O'Sullivan. Your mic, your mic.
Sorry.
Yes, yes.
I've certainly known about him for many years.
But physically,
And I've never met him physically.
you've never met him.
No.
What have you and him done or achieved since you know each other for 7 years?
What have we? I've achieved nothing for him. I don't understand the
Wait,
question.
wait him. You and him, what have you achieved since knowing each other? What was the purpose of you knowing each other? What did you do?
Occasionally, I might ask a question about something he declared about, would have been Nhlanhla or one of the cases he was involved in. I would read it in the papers and maybe ask him a question about it.
Oh, so
But it
you,
was very rare. It's a strange situation all round.
what's your take on him coming here to give us his statement? Do you think he should come or stay on virtual?
I don't care either way.
But what's your take?
I don't care either way. As long as we get to question him, that would be fine. It makes no difference to me if he's sitting here or sitting on a screen.
But he must come.
That's your choice to say that.
I'm asking you, I'm asking.
I don't care if he's virtual or here. I do believe we should talk to him.
Okay.
I absolutely do.
All right, now I get you. I just want to establish something here. Forgive my English, I'm not that good with English. I do try. But explain to me the difference between nothing and I know nothing about this issue, as you said to Honorable Matthys. I know nothing about this article. Or I knew nothing about this article, yeah, you said so. And I know, and I know nothing, but I know something. What's the difference English-wise? Nothing, does it mean nothing, next, or thank you? I don't know.
No, this article, the first I ever knew of this article was when I read it in the newspapers like everybody else. I had heard nothing. I had never had the slightest intimation that this was happening. So I did not know about it. And just a correction, the article that was included in the pack did not include the last page on which they referred to Lieutenant General Khumalo. I couldn't work out where I'd got the name from. It was from that article.
From that article?
Yes.
So the page is not here.
Yeah, they're apparently printing the whole thing up now as we speak.
I think let's deal with what we have so that I can
Okay.
be on record as well.
Yes, of course.
Because I'm asking the issue of nothing. I knew nothing. And then you later do what somebody I know did. You then confirm that you knew of this issue and you spoke of this issue from the article. Did I get you
Yes,
right?
from the article.
And that's the first time you got it.
Indeed.
Do you know General Sinona?
No,
Do you know of him?
only he's been mentioned in the hearings, I think.
Do you notice anything common between you and him?
I
Any
don't know the man.
similarities?
Pardon?
Any similarities between you and him?
I don't know the man.
Is that guy who said he wouldn't take any information out of SAPS? Then later he said, no, I took it out because of, is that guy? Do you notice something similar between the two?
No, I noticed nothing similar about myself and him.
Nothing. I'm asking this because when you say you knew nothing of this article, then later earlier you said you knew this issue because of the article. But when Honorable Nomvalo asked you, did then General Khumalo sign this purchasing of the property? You then said you knew the information from your sources. Now, which is the truth between this story?
I looked and looked and I thought, where would I have got this from? I could only imagine, and it is a year ago, that I had discussed it, asked people, etc. But in fact, it was on the last page of the article. So
Okay.
that's where I got it from. I was.
So the sources story is just a story, we're just answering.
Always check things with sources.
Mhm.
But in this instance, in reference specifically to Left General Khumalo,
Mm.
it was in the article.
Okay. What's your take on Honorable Adam having classified information? Do you think?
I'm shocked. I can't imagine how he got it. I mean, I know, for example, when I have to deal with classified information, it never leaves the committee. So how he got classified information is a total mystery to me. And I am shocked
What
because
does that make him? Part of criminal or what?
I think he sees himself as a whistleblower.
But legally, what does that put him?
I'm afraid I don't know the
Did an
legalities.
illegal thing or?
I really don't know what the legalities are of that situation. I would have thought it was illegal, but I can't help you. I don't know.
But since you're serving on the intelligence committee, one having a civilian or a member of parliament having classified information, what is that deemed as? Is it normal? Is it okay? Is it a
No,
crime?
it's not okay.
It is a crime.
It's unheard of as far as I'm concerned, but I can't speak for him. I can't speak for how he got it. And I can't speak about the fact that he went and laid criminal charges using that information. So it's an absolute mystery to me.
But based on the laws of this Roman Dutch law that we are using in South Africa,
Mhm.
is it a criminal offense to have documents that are classified?
I would have thought so, but if one reads it with the whistleblower protection legislation, there might be a caveat there. I can't help you. I
Are
don't
you
know.
saying you agree with me that this Roman Dutch law constitution should be changed because it doesn't have
Never.
clarification?
I think the Roman Dutch law is superb.
Why
I
so?
do not
Because-
agree with you, and I don't think you'd made that point that I must agree with you on that.
I think partially you do, because if you say to me, in this act, the same act, it doesn't allow it, and the same act, it allows it. What is that?
I didn't say the same act. I said
Okay,
a
the
different
same
act.
constitution.
Yes, of course. Everything falls under the Constitution, but the laws are quite separate to the Constitution.
Let's help South Africans here. Person having unclassified document, is that a criminal offense or not?
I would think so, but I can't speak. I'm not a lawyer, but I would think so, yes.
I know only the word in Zulu, Shayam Tet. What is it, Chair? What are we? Legislatures.
Legislators.
My legislature.
Yes.
We are legislatures.
Yes.
So let's give clarity to South Africans. Having documents that are classified, is it a criminal offense or not?
I would think so, yes, but I don't know what is claimed in the whistleblower legislation, what protection one has if one is declared to be a whistleblower. I can't help you there. Of course, none of us.
Trust me, you agree with me when we say this Roman Dutch law is not helping us.
I'm not talking about Roman Dutch law. I'm talking about ethics. And I believe that every member in Parliament has the duty to report criminality.
Is it a criminal offense to have documents that are classified? or
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what the contents of it.
Yeah.
So that's where the difficulty comes in. But I can't speak to, it's not my story. I suggest
Can
we
I-
ask Mr. Honorable Adams about that.
Can I lobby you so that,
Lobby me.
yeah, in coming this side of my understanding of that, we need to change this constitution because it doesn't give clear indication and direction on such a thing that is so obvious. If you have classified document, should you have it, it's criminal. So you say, I don't think so, meaning it might be a chance that you should be charged or not.
What it means,
Can't have laws like
what
that.
it means is I'm not a lawyer, and
Yeah.
and also, of course, the laws, etc., do not fall under the Constitution per se. They fall under justice. So a person in the justice division or a lawyer, an advocate, they would be able to look into this and find out what the actual legal precedent is. I can't help you in that regard.
According to the committee you're serving in, which is intelligence, what do you deem a person who discusses information that is discussed there? Hence, you said you come in with a pen and you leave with a pen. So a
Yeah.
person who discusses what you discuss there, what do you deem that person?
That's not legal. You can't do that.
What do you deem that person? Is
Pardon?
that a criminal offender or is made?
I think I don't know
How
if
do you
it's
classify?
criminal, but I think there's certainly regulations against that.
That are broken, right? There's
But-
laws broken in that case.
It could well be. I can't
So
answer
discussing
definitively.
information that is classified, if we agree, me and you, using the very same constitution that has no clarity, is a criminal offense or is wrong?
No, I don't think it's a criminal offense at all. If it's not within the purview of the Joint Standing Committee,
Mhm.
then what goes on there, one does not speak about. What goes on in the public domain, it's our job as MPs to query and question about.
So what surprises you when Honorable Adam has this document?
That he had classified information,
What's
or
wrong about
documents.
it? According to you saying, indirectly, you're saying there's nothing wrong about it.
I did not say there was nothing. I said to you, I was shocked that he had it.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question. Do you think Honorable Adams did something wrong or criminally to have documents that he shouldn't have?
That's not for me to determine.
You are a member of a committee, right? Intelligence Committee.
Yes?
Am I allowed to have documents that are spoken about in your committee?
No,
Is Honorable Adams allowed to have those documents?
I would not think so, no. But I am not a lawyer, so I can't really answer that.
Your answers are differing in one space. Am I allowed to have those documents?
No,
Is Honorable Adams allowed to have those
he
documents?
should not be, no.
No. So now let's discuss this. If I happen to have those documents, am I breaking the laws of South Africa?
I don't know what the laws are in relation to classified.
So how do you guys get
documents.
to a space where you say these classified documents should be classified and they can't be on the hands of an ordinary person? How do you get there?
From what I gather,
I'm asking you as a member of Intelligence Committee,
yes,
right?
from what I gather, to classify a specific thing, a document or anything else, has to go through a rigorous process. There are levels of classification and the like. So I can only presume that what he had gone through and been classified at a certain level. But as I
Then
say.
why should we
not my
deem
case.
him doing something wrong if those documents, according to you as a member of Intelligence Committee, there's no law that says he's done something criminal or he has offended us or that, I don't know how to put it. Why should we deem that space wrong to have documents that are classified? Like, for example, if I would have Pala documents that are classified, would I be arrested?
That's where the caveat comes in.
Mhm.
In the same way, if you had such documentation, it would have,
Pala.
I don't know what, if
Okay.
they're classified documents, I don't know.
Yes.
If they were, and you felt that you could be seen as a whistleblower or
Mhm.
declared to be a whistleblower, you might be in your rights to have
have.
that information. In the same way, he might be, but I'm not a lawyer. I haven't looked into that matter.
I think we both won't win in this subject. We've both exhausted it. And I think we agree partially that the law is failing us in this regard. Do we agree?
I won't ever
We don't have a
agree
clear
that the
law in
law
this
is
one. We
failing
don't
us.
have it.
It may be the application of the law that failed
The
us,
application.
to others.
that's all.
But I think that our Justice Committee works really 7 days a week to make sure that the laws go through are pristine. Whether they're applied or not, that's up to members out there.
When Honorable Nomvalo asked you about the signature of General Khumalo in those purchasing of that property, you couldn't answer. But you say in that topic, you say you were with your sources, you spoke about this thing with your sources. So have you committed the same offense as Honorable Adam, speaking to people about such information which is classified?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say so?
Number one, it was a a building purchase,
Mhm.
to my knowledge, not
For
classified.
intelligence purposes, right?
Number two, I'm not going to hide criminality no matter where.
Can you
And number three,
Okay.
actually, the Lieutenant General's name was in the article. I
Okay.
hadn't recalled that that's where I got it from.
All right. Remember when I said there's something common between you and General Sinona? And you said no.
I don't know the man.
Yeah, you said no. But I'm trying to remind you that when I said that, I was meaning that you said you got this issue from the article. Later, you said, no, you got it from your sources, not from the newspaper. So which is the truth again, I'm asking? Where did you get this?
I had forgotten that it was in the
But
article.
you replied earlier on.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
I had forgotten
truth.
that it was in the article. And I was thinking, well, maybe I got it from one of my sources. And I certainly do speak to sources all the time. I
So-
was incorrect. It was in the article, in black and white, everywhere.
So are you a person who answers recklessly? You just answer when you ask a question. You don't think.
I
Because
don't.
when you say you checked after, you answered earlier on. And we
Had-
kept that on a record.
Had I recalled that it
Mm.
was in the article, I was trying to find a reason why I would have done that. And I knew I spoke to various sources. I always try and confirm something with, I don't just run with, oh, it's in the papers. So I had forgotten, because it was a year ago, that actually he was mentioned in the article.
So just for the record, where did you get the story, on the article or from your sources?
From the article.
Okay. You and your sources spoke about what? The same issue.
I've questioned many people about,
Mhm.
is this even true? Can it possibly be true? Why is it being done? I asked many people this.
Okay. Tell me, what's your take on General Mkhwanazi going to the public on the 6th?
I'm of two minds about it. I understand he's a very frustrated, furious officer who feels that every entity is letting him down personally as a lieutenant general. On the other hand, what he did was quite threatening to the country and scared many people and had people overseas thinking we were in the midst of a coup. So it's a two-part issue. And I haven't quite made up my mind what to believe, but I do think he's incredibly frustrated with the delays right across the board,
Okay.
within the system, I beg your pardon.
So you don't have a clear answer on this one?
No,
You don't?
no.
Okay. But what's your take on him? Do you think he's a credible officer?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I have once fallen into the trap of believing that a police officer was wonderful, and I was sadly and quite shockingly found to be totally incorrect. So I don't judge people on that. I judge people on what comes out of investigations. And so I think I think he means well, but I don't know what, if any, he has in terms of ulterior motives.
Before you went into the Committee of Intelligence, did you know the difference between classified information to be spoken about in the public or in your home or wherever, and the difference between an unclassified information?
Yes.
You did know.
Mm.
So you went in the committee knowing that clearly. But so now, in your own judgment, you speaking about things that are from intelligence with your sources.
I'm
Did it-
speaking about things that are in the public domain, not anything from within the committee.
Not within the committee.
No. Never.
Now you're confusing me.
Okay.
I'm still in the statement that you and your sources speak about such things. So does that make you, as a member of parliament, serving in intelligence, the fact that people are speaking about something, does that allow you to speak about that because you found them speaking about that?
I was not in the committee at that stage. I was on the police portfolio committee. I had every right to be speaking to whoever I could find to see if this was true.
Okay. So you did know the difference between classified information and unclassified information before you went into the committee,
Yes.
but you intended to speak with people with such information.
I only spoke on information that was in the public domain. The ship has sailed. It's out there.
as
So that, and thankfully, as the evidence leader spoke of an article, it seems I was absolutely 100% correct in my, to ask for such a report, an
To me-
investigation.
to me, you're partially saying that former Minister Bheki wasn't the correct speaking to Kat Nhlanhla about police issues. When you say, because it's done before, it happened before, so as a member of parliament, I should see nothing wrong with it because it happened before. So I'm asking in that sense.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I must say Honorable Bernard, or I must say witness. Is Honorable Diane Kola Bernard.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'm not talking to the witness today. Once again, good afternoon. You know, I've got a little bit of a concern in terms of what transpired. You know, it looks like you rely on the media. The media, do you know that the media sensationalize matters in this country? In particular, media 2024 to be straight on this matter about the media.
I don't determine that any report is sensationalized till I know the facts behind the matter.
So what I'm asking you, do you know that they sensationalize the matter, or you don't agree with me?
I beg your pardon.
That the media sensationalize matters in this country.
Some media does, some media certainly does, other medias are quite credible.
I still have to find one, because the editors determine what they want the consumers to consume. You know, we've been misled in this country many times by journalists, especially the one in one of these, I think is, you used to come when we have our meetings here, Kyla Coleman. Now, the issue of this house, which was purchased by Crime Intelligence, that is worth 22 million. Is there any evidence of that? Just want to start there. Evidence that it was EFT, they paid 22 million, there was an agent involved, there were transfer duties, because when you purchase a property, it's a process. And there's this thing which we called goodwill. Whether in purchasing the property, there was a goodwill from the owner, saying that the property was worth 15 million rand, but it was purchased for 22 million rand. What if the 7 million was for goodwill?
I can't answer that. I would say that the Inspector General of Intelligence who did the investigation would probably know the answer to that. I can't help you.
But as we sit here, must we take it as it is that this property, you are disputing the value. I mean, the journalists from the journalist point of view, that this property was inflated. It's not worth the amount which the Crime Intelligence has paid for.
That is why I asked the Inspector General to investigate the matter.
So
One of
the matter
reasons.
is still under investigation.
No, he's completed his investigation.
Yeah, and then what was the findings?
I'm not at liberty to speak about it, but the evidence leader did have an article that seems to detail much of what was found.
No, not the article. The response from the Inspector General, because you inquired.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you say the media, they give it to, maybe they know. I'm just talking from you, that the response from the Inspector General. What was the response in terms of?
Okay, let me say again, that report went to the JSCI. I'm not at liberty to discuss the report.
So it's a classified report.
Well, anything that we discuss in there stays in. there.
Yes. Now,
However, there are reports about the Inspector General's report, which the evidence leader went through earlier on.
yeah, I just seen in your submission. So I just want to find out exactly as well on this matter. Paragraph 11.2. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dion McPherson, as I noted in the statement, Minister McPherson told the DA on the 14th January 2025 that crime intelligence has not acquired the property through the DPW. Now, my question will be, it was your rally or your federal meeting when you say he told the DA?
He told me.
No. Your statement says he told the DA.
Me,
No, but we are not the DA.
aren't I? Oh,
We are Honorable Kona Barnard.
yes.
But here it says the DA.
Okay. Well, he told me that he looked into it and could find no such property.
Yeah, but I'm not going to leave you on this one.
Okay.
I want to find out. Hence, my question is on 11.2, that Minister McPherson told the DA on the 14th of January about the matter of the crime intelligence that it was not acquired through the DPW. Now, the crime intelligence, I think Honorable Nomvalo asked you that, do you know any other buildings which were purchased by the crime intelligence? Because if the minister, Dean McPherson, was telling told the DA about this matter, the 22 million and I think the 9.5 million in Beria, but I want to stick on this Pretoria Note property. That some officers as well complained about the condition of that house. Now, does the crime intelligence disclose safe houses?
No.
So what was the interest on this house that it had to be disclosed by journalists, and you had as well an interest in following up what is happening here?
Well, perhaps you should discuss this with the sources who've told you that there was an issue with the state of the property.
No. I'm saying it's your statement is here. I don't have sources. I just read your submission. It says that some officers were concerned about the bathroom, about other issues. What I'm saying to you, what I'm putting it to you is that, is it only these two buildings which in the crime intelligence are problematic for you?
These are the only two buildings that I had knowledge of.
Yeah, now, the minister as well, McPherson, only knows about this.
I only asked him if he was the custodian of the crime intelligence buildings.
So the response was that he
No.
is.
No, it
Yeah,
was no.
Now, why are we then getting involved in exposing safe houses of the crime intelligence, even giving addresses and pictures?
These are not safe houses. The one is a hotel.
No. But remember, Honorable Barnard, that hotel was bought. Am I right? It's no longer a hotel. Am I right?
It's as far as I know, it's a hotel. I don't know.
No,
I've never
so
been there.
as we speak here, I can go and book there.
I don't know. I've never been there.
So your research is incomplete. Do you agree?
No.
No, but you can't say it's a hotel because the crime intelligence has bought that property.
That's their issue. I didn't
Yeah,
buy
but-
the property. I've never been to the property.
Yeah, but now, Honorable Barnard, I'm saying to you, you said it as well because you agree with these journalists to say the property is worth 9.5 million. Am I right?
That's what it says in the article, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about you now. Let's leave the journalists because they can say the property is worth 1 million or whatever, but I mean, we had the issue of General Patlane, and they argued that the house they were talking about here, it's not worth 8 million rand they are talking about. And I don't want to go there because you'll ask me how, but maybe I can substantiate that at a later stage. The issue here about this 22, in fact, my worry is that now you are making me more worried about this matter to say it's a hotel. But it was bought for crime intelligence. Well, if they used it for a hotel, I want you to confirm that, because I don't want us to have allegations here having now to speculate whether it's still a hotel or that property belongs now to the crime intelligence.
I have no idea.
So your submission is incomplete
No.
because there's no evidence that it's a hotel.
The property was a hotel. It may still be a hotel. This was all what was asked of the Inspector General to investigate.
Yeah, but you said that you have the report now, though you said maybe is it classified, so we'll never know whether.
Not talk about it.
Yeah. So, am I right to say is incorrect to be misled and told that that property as well, or it was a fruitless expenditure, or it was corruption, because 22.8 million, whether the seller and the buyer agreed on that for whatever reason, 3,500 square meter is X amount. It's a suburban area. They wanted to keep whatever they want to do. The crime intelligence to not expose those that property to ordinary citizen like us, because it's a classified matter. Am I right?
Okay.
Now, I'm a bit worried when it comes to that. I understand that you've got passion. You want to make sure that there's no corruption in this country. But let's follow the processes as well. We are very unhappy with the Constitution. We are very clear as condolences. Very, very, very clear. Very clear. You know, and I think Honorable Shongwe said that this Constitution, so-called best, is best for others. We are not here to. In fact, yeah. Let me put it in a context that people will understand and will understand me very, very well. You said that. I'll give you an example that the 6th of July scared some people in overseas. What for? What was happening? Why they were scared?
And people in South Africa.
I'm sorry?
Equally scared some people in South Africa who thought when they switched on the television
Yes.
that we were in the midst of a coup.
But police never anywhere in the world. I never heard about police unless maybe in the mass, where police can really go into that extent of a coup. Coup is soldiers.
And what did they look like to the average
No,
South African?
no.
They looked on that day like soldiers.
No,
It was a visual.
But me and you know about the special task force. Am I right?
Yes, of course.
You know their uniform.
Yes, of course.
Yes, I understand that General Spear and others complain about the uniform and some other political parties. That's hence I was saying to you, they are sensationalizing things. There's nothing wrong with the uniform. We are called names with uniforms. We are not scaring anybody. I mean, police general wearing what he qualified when he went to college as well. It's not, it's an elite unit in our police force. There was nothing scary. I mean, we are scared about someone addressing the media, a policeman, and say there was about to happen, there was a coup. It's misleading, and it's incorrect to tell South Africans that people were thinking about that. No. And the general was very clear on the day what he was talking about. He came to our police. I sit in that police portfolio committee. We know that we've dropped the ball. Hence, we had that press conference, which today, a lot of people in this country are happy. We won't be here. We won't even know about what is happening in the top echelons of the SAPS and the judicial system for that matter. Well, we'll get to that. We are not yet there. But in your view, do you think it's correct to divulge crime intelligence matters in the public?
Not if it's spoken about in the Joint Standing Committee, no.
Yeah, but I'm just saying to you that this sensationalization of Media 24, giving pictures, you know, of the properties of the crime intelligence, much as the law says that where you are a member, there's matters which are classified. And I guess this is one of them. That we shouldn't know, South Africans should know where this how crime intelligence houses are. The whistleblower, some whistleblower feels that they are not safe. Now, for whatever reason, because I don't want to get involved in crime intelligence, as you know, that even their budget as well. There's what you call it, slush funds. I think you use that way. We call secret service account. We don't even know whether they comply, but we are told, as you said, we are a member there. You are not allowed to divulge those matters to us yet. If I can ask you, what is the budget of SSA?
I will not reveal that.
You understand what I mean? We watched the State Capture Commission. One of the former Director General there wanted to go and testify. But you know what happened? He was not given that opportunity because there's a lot of issues. But there were people who were talking about monies from SSA, from the crime intelligence as well. But for me, my worry is that what you submitted to us was not supposed to be known by the public, because it's a crime intelligence matter. What they do, what they purchase, it's got nothing to do with us. It's their safe haven to protect whoever they want to protect and hide it. Because, I mean, some of the, before 1994, some of us were tortured. And that pains, that pain is still within our DNA. In some farms, you know, where you can't even point them because they put you into a boot of a car. Now, today, if crime intelligence, because I don't know what they are doing, I don't know their job description where I'm sitting, but I'm saying I think it's dangerous for us, Honorable, to divulge matters of crime intelligence in the public domain. Do you agree?
What I do, if that's a question, what I do agree is that if something is in the public domain, members of Parliament must question it. And the reason I have found over many years that entities start leaking is they realize something criminal is happening within their whichever division they're in. And that's why things start leaking, in my experience.
Now, who approved the 22.8 million? If it was.
It is detailed in the Inspector General's report. I'm not going to discuss.
So in other words, we are wasting our time asking you this question because this matter is classified. We can't get evidence, you know, from you as well because we are a member of JCI, and we cannot rely on journalists. For me, I'm sorry, I cannot rely on journalists. Well, I don't know their agenda. I know their agenda because you know that in what we heard so far with our witnesses here, there's factionalism in the South African Police Service. There are those good policemen and alleged good policemen and alleged bad policemen. Am I right? And I'm not sure that I should really ask you because there's amounts here, but you are going to respond the same way that is a classified report, because I wanted us to get into the evidence of all this. For me, these are allegations which I cannot substantiate, and it will be for me perhaps not being fair to you to continue asking you this question, because there's a lot of figures here. But at the end of the day, the answer will be the Inspector General gave that report to your committee. So hence I'm saying to you, it's going to be very, very difficult for me to be continuing asking you questions because unfortunately, there's a lot of secret in this, but my worry is that in that secret, already 2 houses have been exposed. In the same manner that this thing has to be hidden. I'm not sure whether you are with me on that one. The houses are exposed, but we cannot get answers in terms of when we need evidence that really the house was purchased for 22 million, whether the house was purchased for 9.5 million, we are not sure.
Honorable Sols.
Thank you, Chair.
We agree. I finish at 20 past. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Watch on the wall is closer to you.
And I'm wearing glasses. Honorable Paula Barnett, good afternoon. Well, let me start by saying thank you for your service to our country for the past 23 years. The 21?
21.
Actually, I think it's 22. Because you say in your affidavit 2002, is it not?
2004, I was sworn in. So I'm in my 5th term.
Yeah, that is 22 years. Well, 22 years. Very long. And counting, you're still here. So as a young MP, I salute you and I acknowledge you as a seasoned politician and a public servant. Do you believe everything legal is right?
That's a very sweeping statement. I believe the court system, if one is found guilty in one court, one appeals to another court, and so it goes on. And on occasions, court decisions are overruled, and on occasions they're upheld. So I fear I can't answer that adequately for your purposes.
Let me make an example. During apartheid in our history, apartheid was legal, but was it right?
Of course not.
So not everything legal is right.
The way our justice system works today, I believe, is right. All the laws are gone through by this Parliament and have been carefully curated to ensure that they're as perfect as they possibly can be.
So your submission is everything that is legal is right.
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay. Based on your vast experience in politics, specifically as a member of the portfolio of police and now the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, is the leak to the media a security breach?
Yes, I suppose it could absolutely be said that it was a security breach.
When you say it was, are you saying it's no longer?
No, I meant in the past tense, when it was done a year ago.
Let's reconsider it now.
Sorry, I'm just
So,
using tense.
but you would agree that it's still a security breach?
It
The
would
act
still be.
happened before,
Yes, of course.
but that act still today is a security breach. Yes? Okay.
To some degree, yes.
Please enlighten me to what degree and to what degree not.
It was revealed, I believe, it had to have come from inside somewhere. I don't know where. And was revealed because the people revealing it believed there was criminal activity going on.
So
So I
they,
think that is why is why I believe it was revealed. I can't speak for whoever did it. I have no idea.
so they did the right thing.
I think they believe they did.
Did they do the legal thing?
Beg your pardon?
Did they do a legal thing?
I'm not sure what the weight would be on exposing criminality versus keeping quiet about criminality. I don't know what the scales would say in that regard.
The law requires for them not to leak such information, correct?
I'm sure it is, but I don't know if the law covers you covering a criminal activity.
They did the right thing to leak it. They did an illegal act because it serves as a security breach.
It seems that is the case, yes.
If that's the case, that is where my question comes from, whether everything legal is right. You see the conundrum?
I do indeed.
So it's still a security breach. Does the fact that it was now in the public domain through the News 24 article mean that it's no longer a security breach?
I think once it's in the public domain, everything changes. Everything changes. The fact that it's purchased by crime intelligence as opposed to utilized for a specific situation, for a specific reason, is very peculiar and out of the ordinary, as Mr. McBride laid out. So there are people who are concerned about this and who've obviously leaked this information, and the Inspector General has investigated the matter.
Are you saying that by virtue of the fact that even though you agree that it's a security breach, leaking that information, that by virtue of the fact that it was now published by a newspaper and it's in the public domain, that means in itself, it's no longer a security breach?
I think hiding potential criminality is a crime.
I agree, but
Yeah.
now we're dealing with the law. We're
Yeah.
dealing with our responsibility as MPs. So we're testing the fact of now that it went to the newspaper, does that change the fact that it's a security breach?
It does not change the fact
All
that
right.
it was criminal. And
That-
I don't believe it.
what was
Every
criminal?
MP needs
what
to
was criminal?
ensure that something criminal behavior is outed and dealt with.
You see, you must be very aware of what you're insinuating. The requirements is there shouldn't be leaks. I agree with you. I'm a proponent for expose corruption. But there's a legal standard that we need to uphold. There's no compromise there. That legal standard was breached, and we both agree. Now I'm asking, the fact that it was now published, does that take away from the fact that it was a security breach?
It does not take away from the fact
It
that
does not. Given that it does not, do you think then, when a high-ranking MP like yourself shares a leak like that it moves it from an unverified media rumor to a politically endorsed act?
I think that, as Honorable James did, I immediately questioned the information and asked for an investigation into the matter, as did the then minister ask for an investigation. And he stated in Parliament that the properties were overpriced, and was asking some very similar questions.
Neither yourself or Honorable James is the legal standard or legal authority.
Certainly not. I'm sorry, I can't speak for Honorable James. She may
Continue to
be a
mention
lawyer.
her.
I don't know her background.
MPs are also held to a very high ethical standard. Your argument is that your actions passes the legal test. But did you do the right thing in terms of the ethical conduct and standards required of an MP?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Our standards of ethical conduct, Section 5, E, Section 5, 1E. It says a member must maintain public confidence and trust in the integrity of Parliament and thereby engender the respect and confidence that society needs to have in Parliament as a representative institution. What is your understanding of the integrity of Parliament?
Parliament and members of Parliament have their main job, I think, is to do oversight over the executive. And that is what we have to do. We have to call people to account when public funds are misused, abused, stolen. That is the main thrust of the job as I interpret it. So when we do our jobs, every one of us who puts out a statement decrying some sort of criminality in whichever department you're looking at, I think that all boosts the public confidence in our institution.
What this principle is trying to tell us as MPs is that when we do this, which you rightfully state, we must be mindful of the fact that we must do it in order to maintain the public confidence and trust in the integrity of Parliament. So I take it that you believe that your actions contributed to maintaining the integrity of Parliament.
Absolutely.
Now, I put it to you that upholding the integrity of Parliament would have meant that you take note of the article, because you know this is a security breach. So you take note of the article. You say, I note this article, because in your mind you have, I must maintain the integrity of Parliament. I'm not just going to share it and jump on it. I take note of it, and then you tell the public, let me educate you. What happened here was a security breach. Then commit to the public as an MP, because of the integrity of Parliament, you are going to use all internal parliamentary oversight mechanisms to make sure that you deal with this and also ensure that secrecy is not used as a cover-up to misuse state funds. So you note, you educate the constituency, and then you commit to parliamentary mechanisms that you will employ to deal with it. I put that to you.
I'm afraid, and that would have been the ideal, but no parliamentary committee existed to deal with this matter. It was only established months after this matter came about, appeared in the newspapers. The only recourse was to go to the Inspector General of Intelligence, who agreed to do the investigation.
Yes, that's one of the mechanisms,
It's not a parliamentary mechanism.
but it's a mechanism. You as an MP,
Sorry, you referred specifically to parliamentary mechanisms, that's
that's
right.
the parliamentary mechanism. You as an MP, you represent Parliament, you're speaking to the Inspector General.
Yes, he doesn't fall under Parliament though. So
But
I
you
thought
as
you
an
meant the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence.
But you as an MP, you're now saying because the JSCI is not formed yet, I'm going to now start with the Inspector General as an MP.
Yes,
Exactly, that's what I am submitting to you. Section 5D says every MP must place the public interest above her or his own interest when discharging her or his obligations in terms of the Constitution to Parliament and the public at large. Did you act in the public interest or your own or party interest when discharging what you deem your parliamentary duties when you shared the article?
I've done exactly what I've done my entire career, which is ensure that I do the best oversight possible over the public purse. The looting as we've seen in various commissions, right the way through, I've lost count of how many now, show that there is looting going on, has been going on, and is still going on. And I think it's our duty as members of parliament to highlight that wherever, whenever we can.
Okay, I got 6 minutes left, so I'm gonna go straight to your attachment DKB3. And then your letter to the Inspector General, or DKB5. You wrote to the Inspector General on your parliamentary letterhead.
Mhm.
Your statement, you say in the first paragraph, the Democratic Alliance has written to the Inspector General.
Yes,
It's not the Democratic Alliance that wrote to the Inspector General. It is you, as an MP, that wrote to the Inspector General.
yes.
Do you see that as not having shown integrity?
I represent the Democratic Alliance.
According to the Members' Facilities Handbook and General Parliamentary Guidelines, the resources provided to an MP, such as official letterheads, staff, and office equipment, are considered tools of trade. If you use your parliamentary letterhead, you are saying, I'm speaking to you in my capacity as a representative in the state, in the function of the state. If you use your party letterhead, then you are clearly saying it is now your party writing to the Inspector General. So when you then write using the letterhead as an MP and you go in public and say the DA has written, you're lying.
I don't see it like that, I'm afraid.
According to our code of ethics, that's what it means. Then, 4 minutes. The properties, who's supposed to report on it? In which committee is it supposed to be reported about? Is it in the Police Portfolio Committee or in the JSCI?
It would come to the Joint Standing Committee if it had existed.
Yes, but what is the standard? Where should it go?
That's what I just said. It should have gone to the.
No,
Joint-
you said if it existed. So in other words, you're taking us back there, but I'm looking for the standard. Where should it? Because you're insinuating that if it doesn't exist, then it must be reported in the Police Committee, which is not the case.
No, I did not insinuate that.
Well, then you said,
There are
then you shouldn't say if it existed.
The
So-
Joint Standing
answer the
Committee of
question.
Intelligence did not exist. There
That's
was no
immaterial to the
committee.
question. You see that you do it again. It's immaterial to the question. Where should it be reported?
To the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence.
That would mean that you lied in your statement to the public. You say in paragraph 2, while it is reported that the purchase took place in October 2024, it is striking that no mention of such a purchase was made when the SAPS reported on its property portfolio, the Portfolio Committee on Police in November 2024.
Indeed.
You're wrong. You misleading the public. You making the public in a public statement think that where that report had to happen was in the portfolio of police.
I said there was no mention of it in the.
They shouldn't be mentioned.
I said there was no mention of it in the portfolio of police,
Should they be?
and there was no Joint Standing Committee.
Honorable Barnett,
They
should
had not announced that they were purchasing anything, as far as I knew, within the Police Portfolio Committee. And certainly
should there have been a report of this matter in the police committee?
there may have been.
No,
I don't
should
know.
there have
It
been?
was an aberration to have them purchasing
Based on the
property.
law
I don't
that
know
you
what the
are
law-
well aware of, based on 22 years of experience, should that report have been given in the police committee?
The report, as I said, there was no report on this matter before the police committee.
There shouldn't have been. My question is, should there have been?
I can't determine that.
Yes, you can.
No, I cannot.
You just earlier said where it's meant to be reported in is the JSCI.
The JSCI did not exist. It may
Yes.
well have been raised within the police portfolio committee.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Are you saying that now? Are you making that submission to say that because it didn't exist, it should have been done in the police
I'm
committee?
not saying it should have.
So it shouldn't have.
I'm not, What I said was I took it to the Inspector General of Intelligence.
I know that. I want to know, where should the report be given?
Well, it can't be given to a committee that doesn't exist.
And neither
There
can it
was
be,
then a possibility, there was no reference to any such expenditure in the annual report of the SAPS.
and neither should it be given in the committee that does exist, which is the police committee. And you say to the public that it should be given there. You misled the public. I put it to you. You passed the legal test, but you are in breach of the code of standards and ethics required from an MP.
I respectfully disagree.
Thank you, Honorable Barnard. Thank you, Chair.
Next, Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Barnard, do you believe in owning your convictions?
I beg your pardon?
Do you believe in owning your convictions?
I believe that I have to do the right thing at any stage, no
Did you
matter.
do the right thing by releasing a statement? Do you think you did the right thing?
Yes. I thi-
100%.
I think I did, and like I thought you had.
And you are owning, leave me out of this, and you are owning your convictions.
I don't know why.
I'm just saying, do you own your convictions?
Yes, I
When
believe.
something tells you do something, you do it.
I believe I should have
You
done
should.
this, yes.
So why is it that today you want to be part of a groupie?
Part of a group of what?
Yes, because I'm not sitting in that seat. Action SA is not being implicated in this. It is you. Every time you get asked a question, you say, so did Honorable James.
Okay.
Every time you get answered, like several times here today, you say, so did Honorable James. So did the entire day. This is why I'm asking you. When you do something, you believe in what you do.
Yes.
So don't be part of a groupie. Leave the groupie syndrome. Why was it necessary for you to the entire day say Honorable James and Action SA? What were you trying to insinuate?
I wasn't insinuating anything. I was congratulating you for doing your job.
But the entire day, this is not about us.
Okay.
There are no allegations, nothing. Why do you think it was so important for General Muanazu, out of everyone, just pull a name out of a hat and it's yours?
I did go into the history that we have earlier on.
Other than the allegation that has been leveled against you, have you ever shared information with anyone, with any journalist and said, you know what, I'd like to remain anonymous?
Out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence?
Anything, ever?
Absolutely not out of the Joint Standing Committee
In
on
your 2
Intelligence.
decades of being a member of parliament, you've never ever shared anything and leaked anything to the media and said, you know what, I wish to remain anonymous. Never ever.
I don't do anonymous
You
things.
don't.
I say, here is a statement, here is a comment, it's me.
I also want to ask you, you said earlier on that you were in contact, because now South Africans are wanting to know, they're wondering this coincidence. You said earlier on that you spoke to Paul O'Sullivan 7 years ago. We heard from, I'm not sure which witness anymore, that 7 years ago there was this meeting with General Patlani at the home of the former Kretschner with regards to that Patlani plot. And we kept on asking, who's the DA person that was there? And today you tell us 7 years later, coincidentally, that you were on a phone call with Paul O'Sullivan back then. Is it just sheer coincidence?
Yes. I said, I think it was around 7 years. I'd have to go back to old phones to find out when I spoke to him or asked him a question about something he'd announced in the media.
You didn't say something earlier on. We were specific earlier on when we asked you what was the phone call all about. And you said you think it was about General Patlani. Did you also have interest in him?
Interest in who?
General Patlani.
I drove the issue of his criminality right the way through, yes.
I leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, are you done? Honorable Matthews, are you back? Thank you so much. You can only thank the benevolence of the chairperson. And I check Advocate Aaron said you have questions to ask the witness.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Kola Barnett, is there anything more that you want to say?
No, there's nothing I think I need add except the correction that the Kumalo name was raised in this article in News 24. That was the only correction I wanted to make. Thank you,
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you so much. You are looking at me, Advocate Mkhize. Okay. Thank you so much for the work that has been done during this week, the fourth week since the year 2026. Next week is our fifth week. There is a State of the Nation address on Thursday. Members of this committee are invited to attend the State of the Nation address. So it means we are going to have 2 days next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the other week, starting on is the week of the 16th. There is a SONA debate for 2 days, which will be Monday, Tuesday, and the president responds on Wednesday. And the Thursday, the 19th, will be the tabling of the budget. So the members must understand that we are going to work for 2 days next week. And there is a possibility of us not working in that other week from the 16th to the 19th and the 20th is the last day of the committee. The committee has agreed on a list of witnesses that are still outstanding. So when we get to our next meeting, the committee must think or must come there having thought about how we are going to work on the remaining list of witnesses. These are the suggestions that the chairperson and the guidance that the chair of this committee will want to get from members. I have requested the legal team of Parliament led by Mr. Dejana, together with the legal team led by Advocate Arense, to prepare a timetable of appearances for the 2 days next week, or to finalize a timetable of appearance for the 2 days next week. And the period until the end of the work of the committee. So that if there are suggestions that we must make to the office of the speaker, those must be practical suggestions that we should be able to make. But the parties that are in this committee, Honorable Skosana, because you are also able to meet with the Chief Whip under the Chief Whip's forum, you can also consider having such a meeting and discuss those matters so that you are able to advise appropriately. We are still in engagements with Mr. Brown Mokhozi and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan within the framework of or the directives that the committee has given. So for next week, Tuesday and Monday, in the event that we are still unable to get either of them, or because I saw General Vuma has also submitted a draft affidavit now, which the legal team must look at and make a decision whether it can be available for members or whether the witness can be ready to appear before the committee next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. So they will look at the totality of all those things. But those 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, I can assure you that we are going to use them profitably. There is no way that the legal team can come here empty-handed and say, we have not got any witness. So once everything is done this afternoon and tomorrow, and probably Monday, confirmations will be made with the members. We should also have a meeting as a committee to finalize the proposals that the legal team of Parliament and the senior counsel and his team will be making before the committee. But by all likelihood, we can see that from next week, Thursday, until the 19th of February, it is not going to be possible, given those circumstances, for the committee to be able to do its work. So members will think about it. I'm your chairperson. When I speak your advices, I speak your decisions. So today we have done our work very speedily. I'm going to release you now so that you have enough time to think how, within the circumstances, we should be able to finish the outstanding list of witnesses. Honorable Scosan.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I thought Honorable Adams is going to appear after Honorable Barnard, but unfortunately,
No.
Chair.
All those possibilities are there. That's why I say, remember, we have General Patlane, we have General Mkhwanazi, we have Honorable Adams, we have General Vuma, we have Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we have Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. We have that list of applications from Honorable Souls that we have endorsed. The witness who was here yesterday must also come back. We have agreed. So there is no problem. Let's allow them to look at the whole list and make a complete proposal on how the appearances will be scheduled before the committee. Does that make sense, honorable members? May you please, Honorable Sangwan.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to clarify the questions to the President. We send
Oh,
them. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Tejana, when I spoke with him yesterday, he requested that because it is now proven that you are a benevolent chairperson, can I request you to extend the time of members up until today? You said today, Honorable Mr. Tejana. Yeah, we can give them until tomorrow. This is what you must do, members. If you have questions that you want to forward to the office of the President, let's have those questions submitted. Number two, any other question on evidence that would have been presented before this committee, Honorable James? If there are questions that must be forwarded either to the National Police Commissioner or to the NPA or to IDEC or anybody, let's have all those questions forwarded so that we can send them to those institutions. Thank you so much for that reminder, Honorable Sangod. It's a very important reminder. Bonan, we said the minutes of our previous meetings must be made available to the members. They can be circulated so that when we meet, we don't have to read those sets of minutes one after the other. And seeing your prayers or hearing your prayers, Honorable Breitenbach, I then request all of you to stand up and leave the chambers.